Okay, baby. You do that, and then if you want to send that tweet too.
Okay. We're doing it already?
Yep, we are.
Okay, post. Does it say start soon so it don't. Ooh, what you doing? You not ready yet? I don't know. Judgy.
Here we go, baby.
2 minutes to figure out words. That isn't where you're supposed to post? Book. Okay. Should I do the reading? Because I read weird? Or is it easier for you to read?
If you want to start, baby, that would be fine.
I feel like you're not into this anymore because we live streamed.
I said I would try here, baby. Try. Get in the mood. You are not allowed on here, pisser.
I'm just gonna keep it simple. We read book, right?
Works for me.
Okay. Ooh, glasses. Thank you.
Uh huh.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, baby.
So we're just starting from the beginning, right? Is what we agreed on?
I would like to try to understand the pattern of the so I can the way Socrates asks questions. So because I feel like that way then I know how to proceed in doing other things.
That's why we agreed we would start from the beginning, right?
Yes, I think that would be best. I
Okay.
figured I would state my intention so I could then be on the same page with you
Yeah.
on how to proceed because that's the big part for me is where to go next.
Uh huh. The introduction is probably nonsense, right?
Yeah, we don't need that.
We don't need their interjection. Um, I was saying before that. Oh my god, this introduction is 30 pages long.
Yep.
That it's not describing the situation,
Well, it's
but
not describing the situation.
the story isn't describing the situation, saying this happened, that happened. So we have to put those words to it. And I think in the beginning, when Socrates is talking to Theocritus, whatever his name is, uh, he we were just watching the story on the situation unfold. that they didn't say that he was a guy who was stubborn and was always trying to cause issues in the conversation. We were just watching that happen or reading it happen. You know? So it'd probably be good to try to gather a picture of all that information. And also, I think a lot of it is Socrates learning how to speak while he speaks. At least in the story, learning how to convey the truth and applying what he knows about the truth to the situations that he has with these people. You know what I mean?
I think so, baby.
Mm-hmm. Should I just start reading?
Yes, please, baby.
Okay. I went down to the Pierius yesterday with Glaucon, the son of Ariston. As this was the first celebration of the festival, I wished to make my prayers to the goddess and see the ceremony. I don't know if we know what ceremony though, right? They just kind of did that thing in the ancient Greece. Craven, I hope you're not going to be a problem right now, because a distraction to understanding things makes you edible. I like the procession of the residents, but I thought that the Thracians ordered theirs quite as successfully. So he's been to Thrace, and he's been to like a parade procession thing in Thrace, and he's talking about his opinion liking the flow of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess how they did things, how they dressed, how the rhythm of the culture or whatever. We had offered our prayers and finished our sightseeing, and were leaving for the city, when from some way off, Polemarchus. Has it always been Polemarchus? Is that the guy's name? Okay.
There's Polemarchus, and then his dad shows up.
Who's Thrasymachus?
No.
Oh.
It's like Paemus or something like that. Thrasymachus is this
One
other
second.
guy.
Sorry, Thrasymachus?
Thrasymachus is this guy who's amongst them, and as Polemarchus and Socrates are having a discussion about justice and injustice, this sophist says he can no longer contain himself and chimes in.
Oh, so it's just some fucking bitch on Twitter, like, excuse me, but...
Oh, yeah, he's part of the group of people that are with them. With Polemarchus, and there are a few others, and they are the ones who implore Thrasymachus to stay after he loses the argument. It's like, hey, Socrates, please engage with us in this discussion. There's a group of people.
It was always in my head that Thrasymachus was like a warrior son, because he's with Glaucon, and Glaucon is a warrior. So this is just some guy.
Yeah, he's just a person. He's company amongst the people who are showing up. They're waving Socrates and Glaucon down right now.
I like the processions. We had offered our prayers. When from some way off, Polemarchus, the son of Cephalus, saw that we were starting homewards, and sent his slave to run after us and bid us wait. There's something about somebody not. I've always had to run to go get the things that I want quickly, you know? So to just think that you could have someone do it for you is an interesting, like, how does that fit in a person's personality, I guess?
I remember being in places and having people walk ahead of me, like my uncles or something, and I'd tell one of my siblings and go, I said, run up ahead and tell him to wait up.
Oh.
So I think it's.
I've never had that power over someone before, I guess. I guess, like, if something fell and was, like, rolling and I would have you go get it, but I don't know. I don't have inferiors to do my bidding. Oh, bitchy boy. Oh. And sent his slave to run after us and bid us wait. The lad caught my cloak from behind and said, Polemarchus bids you wait. I turned round and asked him where his master was. He's coming behind, he said, but will you please wait? Surely we will, said Glaucon. Very soon up came Polemarchus, and with him Adamantus, Glaucon's brother, and Niceratus, the son of Nicias. I don't know how to pronounce these things. And some others, evidently from the procession. Socrates, said Polemarchus, you seem to be leaving, and to be on your way to the city. He was showing him that he was observing something. I don't know if that matters. Like, I'm deducing by what I see that you're walking in a direction. That may be kind of like a leftovers thing on the inside, you know? Because everything is directional. It's left or right.
Okay.
With the discussions that people have with Socrates, it's walk with me, walk against me. Thrasymachus, he agrees and disagrees and goes all over the place. You can see that he's trying to not stay with the observations.
Yeah.
You seem to be leaving and on your way to the city. You are not far wrong, I said. Well, he said, do you see our numbers? Surely. Then either show yourselves the stronger or remain here. Did he just threaten him? Like, if you leave, I'm gonna beat you guys up. We'll gang up on you.
I don't think so.
What was it then?
Your choice. You have a strong will. Either you can keep going what you
wait,
are strong
will?
Strong in your conviction to leave or stay.
He said, do you see our numbers? Socrates says, yes, I do. Then he says, then either show yourselves the stronger or remain here.
I guess that could be construed as a threat.
Construed? So you still think it could be you could decide to leave? He said, do you see how many people I got behind me? Prove to me that you can get out of here or you're staying. With your numbers.
We know from the
it could be
conversation afterwards that they are not of malicious intent. They know each other, so
does that mean that they could not be saying what I think they're saying?
It does not mean that they couldn't be saying. I'm saying my opinion is I don't think that's the way it is.
Why are you assuming that I'm assuming that it's malicious?
You asked if it was a threat.
It could be a threat. You say, I'm going to tickle you or something. It's still a threat, but it's not malicious. Or I'm going to kick you outside. I'm going to throw you out the window. Or I'm going to eat you, we say to the cat. I just said to the cat. Am I really going to eat the cat?
No, wife.
So maybe if we read literally what it says, determine what it is regardless of the situation, and then slowly add in what else is available, that it's not malicious. It just said, too, that Glaucon's brother was with Polemarchus.
Uh-huh.
So would the brother fight the brother to not leave? For what reason? What's the reason for that sort of violence?
I don't know, baby.
So you see what I'm trying to say? That I'm just breaking it down to its essentials. At its origin, it is a threat because you can use that threat to now make a joke.
Okay, baby.
Does that make sense?
Yes, wife.
So you see how we could be saying the same thing at the same time? But because there was additives in there, instead of getting just to the origin, it's malicious or it's not malicious. We haven't answered the first question yet. Are you regretting doing this with me?
No, baby.
What are you writing about?
I'm writing the characters down.
Oh, okay. Are you upset that I mentioned these things? I feel like you leave me. Like when we're talking about the God versus gods.
I would like to continue, please. Can we continue the story? And
So do you want to just read this?
no, baby. You said you wanted to read, so please read.
Yes, however, you wanted to understand the Socratic method. Do you want to do it yourself?
No, wife.
So if we're trying to do the Socratic method now, and I'm talking about the Socratic method.
I don't know the Socratic method. There's not a formula for me to follow.
Okay,
so...
are you... You're here in the present with me.
Yes, wife.
I can't tell you how to kiss. You just gotta fucking do it, right?
Yes, wife.
So you experiencing life with me will reveal the Socratic method to you. You don't need to be told. Plus, husband, please, you're with me.
Yes, baby.
So, if I want to break something down into its basic parts, you've been fighting against it with me instead of looking at how it's done. And that's why you don't know, you don't learn, but you want to push forward. You want to skip steps.
So you think this thing is a threat? That either look at my numbers, Socrates, prove yourself stronger than all of us combined, or leave, or stay.
Yes.
What is the point of making that threat?
To make a joke.
Has he made a joke?
Who?
Polemarchus. He's the one talking, right?
I believe this is a joke. This is the first time he's spoken, and I think he introduced himself funnily. If it was played on a stage, he would have said it in a jollier way. He would have emoted that this wasn't a threat. He wouldn't be pointing at him or taking out a sword. Socrates, hey, I really want you to stay. So I'm going to show you how much I want you to stay by saying I'm going to beat you up if you leave.
Okay.
I want to be able to see what they're saying for what they say, which means taking the words at specific face value to find the essence of it, the origin point, because you can't have a joke about threats unless you have threats.
Makes sense.
All right, you're going home? Yes, I am. Well, do you see how many people I got? Yup. Then either show yourselves the stronger or remain here. And Socrates says, but there is still an alternative. What if we persuade you that you ought to let us go? So he did some third option shit, like, I could show you that I can control your situation. Well, they're playing the talking game about this threat now. So it's, hey, you made the threat. I know it's not malicious because we have the ability to talk and you're not just ripping my face off like a tiger or some shit. What if we persuade you that you ought to let us go? So, hey, I still want to get away, but I don't want to fight you for it. Obviously, you know we got the smaller numbers, so can I convince you? They're joining each other. They're literally walking in a direction with a conversation because they're talking about going or coming or staying, you know? I like that those two pictures are happening. It's got me compelled already. Do you mean to say, he said, that you can persuade those who won't listen? So Polemarchus just said, are you telling me you could persuade me when I don't want to fucking hear it? When you know? At least that's how my brain's putting my humor and my personality in it. Who they are, though, you know, you got to just take them for their words. But if we don't understand their words by relating it to us, yada yada. No, indeed, said Glaucon. Well, Nope. Yes, it was. Well, you may make up your minds that we won't. I don't know who said that. Well, you may make up your minds that we won't. Maybe, probably, since he didn't say he said, it's Polemarchus again. That you can persuade those who won't listen. And Glaucon's like, no, indeed. And I think that means, like, we wouldn't be able to do that, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
I think that would make the most sense. That's not what we're saying. No. What if we persuade you that you ought to let us go? That's what Socrates said. And then Polemarchus said, you mean to say that you're going to be able to tell me even though I don't listen? Glaucon's like, no, indeed. I know that they don't listen because, I mean, his brother is over there, so there must be a relationship with this group of people. And then Polemarchus, well, you may make up your minds that we won't listen. So he's already said the facts that I don't listen. So that means there's no way you could persuade me. And then maybe Socrates then persuades them because, hey, you probably wanted to be here to talk to us anyway. But it's all semantics because they're on the same page. Or maybe it's because it's a play. It was like a threatening, hey, you better talk to us, like however they acted it out, because it's not like a real thing that happened. But you do not know, Adamantus put in, that in the evening there is to be a torch race on horseback in honor of the goddess. So now Adamantus tried to convince Socrates to stay with words instead of him being able to convince him to leave with the words or duking it out. On horseback, I said, that is certainly a novelty. Will it be a horse race with the riders carrying torches and handing them to one another? Or how will it be done? Socrates shows an interest, and now he's willing to stay instead of fighting to leave, either by actions or words. As you say, Polemarchus, as you say, said Polemarchus, and there will be night festival besides, which will be worth seeing. Trying to sell him the value of staying. We can go out and watch it after dinner, and many of the young men here will join our party, and we shall talk. So please stay and don't refuse. It seems that we had better, said Glaucon. What a bunch of gentlemanly shit going on right now. Does it seem like, does it paint a picture of like men who put their hands on their hips and kind of puff their chests out and like ho ho ho, you know?
Yeah.
At least that's what I see in my head. Well, if you think so, I said, let us stay. We went home. The end. I don't know why it says we went home. We went home. Oh, therefore, okay. We went home, therefore, with Polemarchus. And found there his brothers Lysias and Euthydemus. You know what name is that? And with them also, so they were outside, and now Polemarchus had Thrasymachus in his house.
Marcus?
Thrasymachus. Which one should we say? Or which one did you originally say? I'll just keep saying that. It looks like Thrasymachus.
Thrasymachus and Polemarchus.
Thrasymachus, Polemarchus. Euthydemus. Thank you. So they go home with him, and there's this Thrasymachus motherfucker. Thrasymachus of Chalydon. Oh, aren't there animes where they like announce it like, Tyrannosaurus, Sabretooth, you know? Kind of reminds me of that pterodactyl.
Sounds like Power Rangers.
Yeah. Thrasymachus of Chalcedon, Charmides of Pania, and Cleotophon, the son of Aristomenes. It is Aristomenes. Within was Polemarchus's father, Cephalus. I thought him looking very old. I wonder if that's important. It was indeed some time since I had seen him. Oh, maybe it's just a recognition of time or something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time since he was there, maybe? Some time since I had seen him. He was sitting upon a cushioned chair, a garland on his head, for he had just been sacrificing in the court. A man wearing a garland. There were seats round the room, and we sat down beside him. Cephalus, as soon as he saw me, greeted me and said,
You know what a garland is?
Maybe not. I thought garland is like a wreath that you put on your head.
Yeah, it's that picture of Caesar that there's like the interwoven.
It's not just like flowers.
No.
That's weird. The garland, maybe garland was significant at some point because Jesus and the thorns and shit. Yeah. It's kind of like the opposite of.
There might be garlands might be festival specific or
halo power,
cultural specific. There could be flower ones. Most the Greek ones I don't know, but as far as I know, weren't.
They were like flower. Crowns. They weren't just like sticks and shit.
Like vines woven or.
Yeah.
It's just some sort of head adornment made of plants.
Yeah. They could still have like, I don't know. They probably have some flowers in them though, right?
I believe flowers were considered feminine, so the men did not have.
Did they have green in it though? They musta.
Yeah, it was mostly leaves.
Oh, it wasn't mostly like roots and twigs and shit?
No.
Oh. I'm saying that's still pretty gay. Adornments, you know, are a very feminine thing, I think. But it's also a very silly thing that, because dudes wore makeup and stuff, right? Dudes oiled themselves. They liked the shapes of their bodies. They would groom themselves. They would braid their beards. That's kind of like garland adornments and shit, you know? I feel like it's like decorating yourself.
I don't know about that makeup thing. I mean, maybe during a festival or something, but they're everyday kind
I'm
of
not talking about the Greeks wearing makeup. I bet you Romans wore makeup. There was probably a time where they did like some French shit, you know? With stockings. They wore all that silk. Well, the 1 inch by 2 inch that they could afford, allegedly, according to some things that I've heard and read, which may have just been fucking ruminations. Who knows? But I would imagine there's some Oriental document in there, like it when Rome fell. China Silk Road people, the wealth kind of spread, and they all somehow agreed that there was too much gold and we'd use it as currency. I don't know. So, would you like to wear a garland? Or how would you feel if?
Oh, I guess what context. If I was in a festival, or I mean, I wouldn't go out and make one, but if I was given a garland, I would probably wear it.
How do you feel about adornments?
If someone asked me and I didn't feel grossed out about it, not a problem.
Beard oil?
Like I said, I would have to know the cause and who I was doing this for. If you asked me to have beard oil, I would put beard oil on.
So they're all we know is that he's a person of worth because he has land, right?
Yeah.
He's probably a strong war person. Because isn't Polemarchus, or was
Are you
that...
talking
No,
about?
that was Glaucon.
Are you talking about Cephalus?
Yeah. Or didn't we hear about a story?
I don't remember.
Should we look it up? I can do it over here if you'd like.
Okay, wife.
Ookla. Cephalon. Or maybe it was just in the book they were talking about. Is that how... Oh, it's Cephalus. A biomedical company. God damn. Cepheus. Did I still spell it wrong? Cephalus. Is a name used for both the hero figure in Greek mythology and carried as a theophoric name by historical persons. Dionysus. Well, that's still mythological.
That first one, baby. Yeah, read that one.
Son of Licinius from Syracuse. A wealthy, Medic, and elderly arms manufacturer living in Athens who engages in dialogue with Socrates. He was the father of an orator. He was the father of orator Lysias. What's an orator?
Speaker.
Is that a storyteller?
No, they're it's more of I would say like a governmental role. There were orators before there were senators. They're public speakers of some kind.
This is what they say he was, but there's also this Athenian orator who flourished after the time of the 30 tyrants. It's a possibility. They also talk about Hermes and stuff. Do you think because Socrates says that Homer shouldn't I didn't mean to, but it's there. You can barely see it under all those pubes. Because Plato writes Socrates saying that Homer shouldn't assume things about the gods for them, that Plato would use gods in his books or ancient story peoples like a mythical character. Well, I guess he says that Homer shouldn't have them talk about dead people and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Glaucon eventually starts talking about he should have the power of whatever Gyges, who had the fucking Lord of the Rings ring to turn invisible.
oh yeah, they still use them as examples.
Yeah, but I don't think that he would be talking to a mythological person, but using the stories told about them as examples.
Like, people would know this person in the myths by his character, the stories about him, right? So not particularly that person, but we know who this character is because we know who that character is that has the same name. Like maybe Cephalus in the Republic book has the same characteristics as the Cephalus in the mythological stories. So we know his temperament, we know his successes, or,
or at least was named after this person.
But there's still a representation of the origin that matters.
Okay.
You can't, what were we talking about before? Oh, you can't make jokes about threats if there are no threats. It's secondary to it, right?
Uh-huh.
So this Cephalus is secondary to the mythological Cephalus.
Yes.
Therefore, they know who this character is by who that character is. It's not maybe this, maybe this, maybe that, but regardless of why, that's the thing that they try to get from it. To represent a character without having to have a whole buildup of backstory. They know who this person is because they share the same name as this person.
They share a name. Are you saying that they are we to assume that they share traits as well?
In the thing that I'm saying, it's either the person who existed or it's a representation of a mythological person. So I'm just building up the other side.
So if there comes a guy named Hercules, are we to assume that he is strong like Hercules?
Yeah.
So they have the traits as well.
Yeah, people do that in media stuff now. They give this person, they call him something, and he's supposed to play that kind of character. I'm trying to think of where we've seen it, but like in that show that we've watched before with the high school, Abe Lincoln,
Clone High?
Yeah, because it's specifically, it's a clone, but it's still not that person. But there's representations of them in their character. Very faintly, but it exists. Cleopatra is I had sex with Mark Antony and I was so beautiful, Liz Taylor. All the cultural things that are known about that character, the very basics of them are in there. Gandhi was somebody that did something very different when it came to defeating governments or whatever. But he was also, I don't know if it's part of it, but he was a weirdo. He slept with his cousins and shit, you know? He had these weird ideas because he was influenced by the weird death society stuff. Blavatsky, whatever. Bastardizing all these different concepts to make a new one. Lincoln, what's his name is a pervert, JFK, right?
Uh-huh.
And he has his voice, he has his mannerisms. Does it kind of make sense?
Yes, baby.
So it's just relating things by its features and its name.
Okay.
But here, it's a little more simpler than, fucking Ninja Turtles and shit, you know? That's all. There's a lot of hubbubaloo, but they only have very few stories in the Greek times. They have very few like characters to relate things to, and I guess they related things with characters in stories because that's how people shared words. That maybe that's how words came around. Because they would tell stories about their day or bring back things and call it names and or point at it or weird shit, I guess. I'm sorry. So they're talking in what's his name's house, and we don't know who Cephalus is, but there was a thing about a dude with a garland in his hair. Because he's at home now. And you know how I was talking about that Yakuza thing?
Yeah.
If this book is like The Leftovers, there's a significance to the garland in his hair while he's at home. Because this thing is long over. This festival, to the point where people went home and then came back and now went back home with Socrates, and Cephalus still has this garland in his hair.
He's still got leftovers from the party.
Yeah, like he didn't take that thing off yet.
Yeah, and I don't think the thing's over because later Cephalus leaves to go do more sacrifices. So I think the festival goes on they talk about it goes on for 3 more days.
Okay. I guess then you would just keep the garland in your hair made of sticks and leaves.
Or you take it off when you go to sleep, but it's a festival thing and people beads and
okay, that is also a possibility. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just because it always sounds like an argument when you say things. I don't know. Is it because you're a dude and it's just like a natural anger of stuff that comes off and just man aggression?
I thought we were just talking about possibilities, and we talk. Well, what is the significance of the thing being over?
He also mentioned that he's old. So it's not just one, it's two. He took the time, Socrates took the time to say he looks old.
Okay.
So there are two puzzle pieces because he said them, right? Two separate things, but they have a similarity. So to just keep that in mind to see if maybe it's building a picture. And also know, yeah, it could be something else. But because there's two pieces of evidence, what do those things have in common? If you trust
what's the commonality again?
that Socrates said that Cephalus looks old, and he's still wearing the festival garland in his house.
Okay. So those are the two things those are the things that the descriptors about this guy.
Yeah.
What evidence is that of?
The time is the common factor. Old is something that's usually negative. That time is going forward and time leaves the old behind. That bones start hurting, that vulnerabilities become a thing that a man becomes aware of. He can do less than he could when he's a child, and he reminisces. Where does he say it? They also mentioned that they're going to more stuff. They're going home and then they're leaving. A lot of directional things, and home is significant to them, right? Their language is based on it. So maybe when they're talking about doing something at home, there's even more of a significance to recognize there. Because they go to the festival where it's culture and this world of war that wanted too much, that wanted their embroidery and decided to go to war for it. And now the man who is sitting in his home, who's maybe even went to war, had sons that went to war, grandsons now that went to war for embroidery, so that people can look fancy at a festival. There are subjects that Socrates brought up, that he brought up for a reason, right? To reflect human with his environment. Let's compare the self. Let's look at the self by looking at the city. How is a city made? Do we need these kind of people? Do we need these kind of people? Okay, we have the basic essentials. Oh, but now you want this, so we're going to need these people. Now we're getting pretty big. Well, we'll need more space. So what should we do? Go to war? Yes. Invading another person's home for more space so that they could have more festivals. That is the truth of our relationship with festivals. That's the truth of Socrates' time with festivals. So when I see someone being put in these situations where now the festival came home with the man and he's been sitting there for a while and he's old, it's needing a lot of information in there. What does that shape now look like? It's finding those basic fundamental things about our relationship with the good and the bad. Without the, oh, we couldn't help it. We needed embroidery. What are we, pigs? And going in the other direction and seeing what we don't need. That now he's introduced this festival already. A good representation, I think, of the lavishness that needs war.
Okay.
Or the result of the lavishness, because they celebrate the conquerings and the successes of things and the deaths of people. So that's the picture of the old man sitting in his house hours after a while after, because who knows how long it took. Even just like the walking and stuff.
Stay off the bed.
Maybe it's an assumption to say hours, but he's old and he's sitting in a chair. And he wasn't walking with them. And that it took a good long while if you go fetch someone, say the words, and walk here and fro. Why were they so close to Glaucon's house or Cephalus's house? Whoopsie daisy. Or maybe he's just a dick with a garland on. Or a nice guy with a garland on. But that's just... those are the connections that I made in my head. Are you okay? Do you still want to read?
Yeah, keep on reading, baby.
No. Sorry. Also, I'm thinking that if I can do the things, right? Because that's, you do the things to know the things to do the things to know the things. That maybe the pattern that he shows when he's talking to these people, the method that I already know that it's going to be difficult to find, right?
Yeah.
Because in the first chapter, he was like, oh shit, we didn't even define this word. So I think by the things that because that happened twice now, right? Oh shit, we didn't do this. Oh shit, we didn't do that. Like a twist at the end.
I remember him doing it once. That's how the first book ends. What's the other one?
I don't remember. I just thought maybe it could have been because I thought it was like, oh, because we didn't do this yet. Like there's like key things, and I think maybe my theory is gonna be, and it's nice to at least have an anchor, that we're gonna get a whole bunch of things. It's gonna develop a story, and we're gonna see the experience where it's bitch, this, that, And then, wait, we got to define words. So it, like, step one will be something to do with, like, understanding, being all on the same page. If you want to find a solution and not just argue about shit, you go to the source of everything. So everything you say has to be understood by both parties. And you do that by going back and forth. Do you mean this? No, that's not what. Going until there's an understanding. And I think we have to, like, maybe practice that ourselves to watch it happen, because there's a lot of places that like, before, you assumed that I was thinking as if a threat is a bad thing and whatever they were doing was a good thing. But we had to break it down a little more than that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the act of threatening that's innate in us, the growls that fucking monkeys make, or predatory things, the weakness of prey, and now they can use that to jest with each other, because men use everything to fucking joke about. It's what made the world go round this long. Well, no, it isn't, because the world go round regardless. It makes the human go round. That's kind of an ignorant thing to say. X is what make the world go round. But when people say that X equals a thing that humans do, money makes the world go round. No, it don't. Money is a completely separate thing from that. And it's a bad comparison. It's a bad thing to put together. Sorry, you're writing.
Yeah, baby, I'm paying attention to you, though. I'm just trying to jot down some more thoughts.
Dang, how do you do two things? Are you having good thoughts? Or just no beard, no TV, make husband go crazy?
Not that one. Keep going, baby.
Should I read?
Yes, please.
Oh, also, he made the note to say he was sitting upon a cushioned chair. So now here's even more evidence to what Plato is trying to say, you know? It's evidence to his honesty. Let what he's saying speak for itself. And he, Polemarchus's father Cephalus, I thought him looking very old. It was indeed some time since I had seen him. He was sitting upon a cushioned chair. A cushioned chair with a garland on his head. Does that paint a picture for you as well?
He's sitting in comfort.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cushioning does that. Why did you say that? Does that answer the question?
Did it paint picture, and I responded yes by telling you the picture that it painted for me.
Oh. But not the overall picture. Like, not just the cushion chair, but also that he was old.
Old people like to sit in comfort, and he's got a party hat on. He's seeming comfortable, which is
Are you
often
comfortable with a party hat?
I would think so.
Oh, okay. Do you see less manhood in it?
No.
Okay. Garland on his head, for he had just been sacrificing in the court. There were seats round the room, and we sat down beside him. Cephalus, as soon as he saw me, greeted me and said, "You don't very often visit us in Piraeus, Socrates, but you ought to. Ooh, you should. If I were still able to walk to town easily, there would be no need for you to come here. We would come to you." So he's hard of walking too.
Huh?
Don't men normally feel like something's been taken away from them when they can't do things and they get very distraught about it? It feels like what made you strong man is
It can be like losing your hair, or if you're not feeling as nimble as you were, you may feel like you're losing a sense of freedom.
and freedom is manliness. Is that why
Yeah,
freedom?
there's a capability. There's an independence. That's and if you are able to do these things, then you are not conquerable. And that's if you can't, men conquer. So there's a manliness to it, I guess.
Do you think that the manliness is more often or less often associated when men lose the ability to do things like we've described?
Uh, I think it's dependent on the person, their personality, whether they are aware of their motivations or their habits.
You don't think it's just there because of the reasons you described?
Uh, I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look at more people who were aging and see how they acted to make
So
that.
we're reading a story where something is trying to be conveyed. Do you think they would use this opportunity to paint the picture like this without mentioning something that is at least sometimes a problem for men?
Possibility.
So what else? what is the picture that you've been painted with everything? Not just the cushion.
That there is an older man in his home enjoying comfort and part of some sort of association with a festival.
What about the festival? So the
It's
festival,
it's got the garland.
the
Festivals
festival has
are
nothing to do.
celebration. Now there are people in the home.
No, no, wait, don't skip steps, please. Because we were talking about the festival, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said that it is the truth that festivals are the result of people having lots of war victories. Right?
Yes, wife.
They celebrate death. They celebrate other things. They celebrate people. They get drunk, but
Celebrate the gods.
But who writes about the gods? Homer, right? And the like. And this book is about Socrates talking about how that shit is not good for the best thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we see festivals as right now? Is it just it's a festival, or is it something that is very closely related to you don't give them credit to put those pieces together?
I guess not.
So what about these patterns? What about what we talk about now, how war just feeds this black hole of gimme, gimme, gimme?
I'm not sure, baby. I would like to hear your opinion. Putting me on the spot like this, it's making me feel like school, and I'm really not enjoying.
You're putting something on it that it isn't.
It's like when the other day when we were talking.
No, you know what we're doing? The Socratic method. You've been fighting me. You haven't liked anything that I've said, and yet you trust me to understand what I do. How do I come up with patterns?
You observe and test your theories.
And are you saying that I suck at it so bad I can't read a fucking deliberate ass book?
No, I'm not saying that, wife.
Yes, you are. You're saying it by putting that gap between us that you feel like you're in school right now. What is school? Fuck school. Do you think that what I'm doing has anything to do? Did I learn it from a school?
No, wife.
Did I learn it from someone who fucking schools people?
No, wife.
So how about you come to me, and when I'm telling you that you're fighting me, just hold that in your head a little bit harder, because we're supposed to be together. And you're supposed to love me, but every time you hit one of these things, you want to know something, but you don't want to hear my perspective on it. and you disagree with everything, and you end up not good because you work actively against me. I'm opening you up to fucking what is, so I can know it, but when I communicate it to you, it's a bad thing. But even though we talked about, you help me bring it out into the open, outside of my mind and out here. I'm asking you questions, just like Socrates fucking asked questions. Because you can't answer them, you feel like... And the only reason you can't is because you're fighting me. You like, come up with things... So, listen. He's doing something, right? He's trying to paint a picture. I've shown you my picture. Show me your picture. He's saying he's just a guy who's enjoying life, and he went to town, and they're talking about the things, and yet he's not good enough to write that into the story before he talks about it.
Well, that last part, he's not good enough to write that in.
Why would a festival just be a festival when he's talking about how the lavishes of society make it bigger, and then they gotta go to war to get more land? If we could read the pattern of what he's saying, then we could see the similarities in what he's saying now. And I was so excited to do that, but I wanted to knead the dough, and you're villainizing me. I'm asking you questions because I asked myself these questions. And I want to hear your perspective.
It seems to me when I give my perspective that
I show the holes in it. Because it comes back to me, and I go, what about this? You start with an initial, you antagonize. You don't realize it, but you antagonize. You don't like the way I'm doing something, you don't want, or maybe this. There's a tone, there's action, there's not hearing what I have to say when I say it, and then just contradicting it. I think if at some point, when you look back, you could look back on it, and it's like, you weren't in it from the start, and you said you would try. And you tell me you believe things about me, but you give nothing that I say any value. How can I get an opinion that has nothing to do with your opinion? Or how can I have a perspective that has nothing to do with your perspective? How can I go in the opposite direction? We don't build a picture together. You just want to build a picture without me. Because my picture isn't your picture that you started and that you lead. And hasn't that always been the way it's been?
I guess so, baby.
You started with lies because I wasn't allowed to see the picture of my life. Right?
Yes, wife.
Is that scolding, or are we just talking about a thing that fucking happened?
A thing that happened.
So how can you take that feeling and find a place with me instead of making me fucking change? Plenty of times you've shown me by fucking, can we just move on? And it's like, well, I thought we didn't do that. Talking about how you like how my mind works. And you want to give me the space to figure things out because I've figured things out. And then you fight against it because that's what you do. And this is one of those times I want my fucking husband back. But I guess you have to go through these things. It always happens. You're a cycle away from me and then coming to me. I guess this is the thing that everybody has to go through. If they try to not just justify things or just say, I love him despite, is trying to understand man and woman understanding each other and how all these things operate.
How about we try, maybe, give your interpretation? Because
I've already done that. So tell me.
I will try to chip in when I can. If I see something, I will try to participate in that. I think that your interpretations and your perspectives are more on the right path than mine are. So if you could just please continue. And
I don't want to be right. It sucks that I'm right because nobody wants to talk to the person who says, I'm sorry, I know I'm fucking right. Not a single person in the fucking world. And hey, I'll give you a system so that you can check to see if I'm right because I'm trying to not be right. And that is what makes me so right. I
would like for you to continue. And there's parts of, and we've discussed this several times in the past, that, I gotta have the experience of doing the things myself. And if I listen to you, and you got Socrates making a pattern, you're making a pattern, and I have to do the work myself to make these things line up. So I know you said the calculus thing, but it took me doing the work to understand what the fuck you were talking about. You told me all those many times before, and I didn't understand it. I had to do more work myself, and I think this is one of those things as well. I got to do more work. So if you could please just keep doing your thing.
You don't think I'm hindering you by trying to interpret it the best way that I can and relating it and showing you all the things that line up? You don't think I'm a good conduit to kind of speed things up? The train? The time train?
Sometimes you are, sometimes you aren't. If I'm not getting it, or I'm
Try something, please. If you think what you said when you asked me to continue, can you assume that I'm telling the truth instead of not telling the truth? And let the contradictions speak instead of letting your anger speak, letting your frustration that it's not going your way, let it reveal itself to you instead of you expecting it to be revealed.
okay, wife.
Because what's the alternative? You read this for a long time, finding all the nuances to reveal the whole story, or take the express train, that anything that you don't understand or anything that need the dough with me instead of against me. And then the questions aren't just trying to find the making it won't be making contradictions. It's so confusing. I think it would be easier. I'm sorry, I have to run my eyes for a little bit. There's so many things I want to say to you, it's hard to figure out which
I love you, wife.
one. Do you want just to say based on the information that you know and didn't come from me what you think they're saying? But can we please include things that you already know? Like that festivals are dog shit. Unless you enjoy festivals. But we know we try to make our own language. We hate the outside world so much. So why all of a sudden are you imagining things where you are a part of it? You can't see from the past perspective that, oh, he's just having a good time, because what is still weighing on them. And if you look, use yourself now to see what was the whole time. It does stuff. You even sit on hard things and have talked about manliness, doing strenuous things, and there's just a I think there's a truth that we know about stuff that can be applied to all of this, you know? And it's just a supposedly, but then a chapter later, he starts talking about criticizing things that are associated with these things, and then it's kind of like seeing a picture unfold now that we have a little bit of the personality down with Plato and Socrates, what they're trying to do and stuff, or maybe not. Are you okay?
Yes, baby, I'm fine.
From sitting like this, hurting?
Yeah. Just keep going, baby.
Festival. I thought I'm looking very old. It was indeed some time since I had seen him. He was sitting upon a cushioned chair, a garland on his head, for he had just been sacrificing in the court. I guess you wear a garland maybe too when you sacrifice in your own court in spirit days. Maybe he was doing stuff there and he wasn't at the festival at all. There were seats round the room, and we sat down beside him. Cephalus, as soon as he saw me, greeted me and said, "You don't very often visit us in the Piraeus, Socrates, but you ought to. If I were still able to walk to town easily, there would be no need for you to come here. We would come to you." A lot of directional stuff, I think, that I notice. Going here, you wouldn't have to come here, we'd walk there. But as things are, you ought to come here oftener. For I find that I lose my taste for bodily pleasures. Or that as I lose my taste for bodily pleasures, I grow more eager than ever for discussion and enjoy it more. Trevor more. Or Demi more. Do not refuse me. He is being a little forceful there, I think, it seems. If that's because don't they have words like "may I come in"? I will come in. Do not refuse me. Spend your time with these young men and visit us here where you know you are with old friends. I feel kind of like manhandled by him just reading it. It's like you will be here and play with the people here, and you know that you're with old friends, but who was there? Frickin' Thrasymachus, you know? They aren't old friends. It doesn't seem so.
Yeah, there hasn't been a discussion on who else is there that Socrates knows. But if he says there's old friends there, and it's been a while since I've, seen this person, there is a familiarity of something there.
So friend equals familiar?
Yeah.
Do you think that's how Socrates felt, that friends are people you know regardless of what they offer you?
No. There's not, there hasn't been a conflict, and there hasn't been any signs of I guess enemyness. So
I
if
think there has been. Cephalus, this is where I'm coming from. Cephalus was invited to that house, and he was sitting there when Socrates came in, or Thrasymachus.
I thought they were in Cephalus's house.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm saying. That Thrasymachus was even a person that was invited into that house. Would you invite our old neighbors into this house?
no.
That would be a bad judge of character.
Yes.
I would say that Cephalus cannot judge what friend is because he would allow Thrasymachus in his anywhere.
Okay.
Do not refuse me. Sound like Teal'c in my head when he said it. Indeed, Cephalus, I said, I enjoy talking with very old men. I consider that they have gone before us along. I consider that they have gone before us along a road which we must all travel in our turn. And it is good that we should ask them of the nature of that road, whether it be rough and difficult or easy and smooth. A lot of directions still is like in the whole thing. Everywhere they're walking specifically, they mention the place that they were. Was old men and walking through, going and asking about the thing that we will later see. You know, so there's like a forward movement in time.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be smooth or difficult, or rough and difficult, or easy and smooth. Opposites. You, Cephalus, are now at that time of life which the poets call old age the threshold. And so they've been pressuring people about their old age for a while. Almost like spooking them into the grave. That's how I feel, anyway. If these people cause death in a way, me saying take death out of the equation, stop watching things and surrounding yourself with death, and now Socrates saying tell the poets to shut the fuck up about death because it doesn't make sense. If you want people to fear fucking slavery more than death, then you got to make the slavery scary. And I should particularly like to ask your thoughts on this question. Is it a painful period of life, or what is your news of it? That's a very poignant question, it feels like. I wanted to sit on it for a second. Because he didn't assume anything, but everybody does know pain, so he asked, is there pain? Not, are you scared of death? Like, I feel like old people are asked often these days by young people, Grandma.
Yeah, there's a difference, a directional difference, besides a literal difference between are you afraid of dying or is it painful getting older?
Yeah. When somebody says, "Are you afraid to die?" you're almost forcing both of you in a direction, as opposed to asking someone a question that you want to receive something back to. Instead of those signals, deliberately sending one to receive one instead of just kind of throwing everything into chaos. Like the words everybody says on Twitter every day, all of it can be just, none of it has reason in it. So there's no, like, everybody's just fuck you or I agree. But nobody knows what they're talking about. They're not going anywhere. Except all over the place, I guess. Whether it be rough and difficult or easy and smooth. Is it a painful period of life, or what is your news of it? I will give you my own opinions gladly, Socrates, he said. You know, some of us old men are often together, true to the old proverb. Now most of the company, whenever they meet, lament their wretched lot. They long for the pleasure of youth and call to mind the delights of love and drink and feasting and so on. That sounds exactly like people now.
Yeah. Looking backwards to what was.
Meeting with other men. Do you think you'll be with other men lamenting about the good old days?
No.
Anytime soon or after, ever? There's definitely a holding on to the past that almost, like, I don't know, just kind of feels like it's literally slowing them down, sucking the life out of them. Like a gua'uld, you know? Oh wait, that's not the gua'ulds. That's the fucking wraith, Not talking about, he's so when Socrates asks, is it a painful period of life, or what is your news of it? He says, we wish for the past, and our wishing is painful because the laments, you don't lament something good. And lament their wretched lot. So they didn't even do anything good.
Don't. Cribbin.
Dang, are you that hungry? Maybe they should have a little bit of milk. Maybe they could finish this and we could get a fresh cup or something at some point. Give them some fat. So his opinion is the past was a lot better, I guess, because he's not talking about enjoying the. Oh, you're leaving already? Cab fares on the dresser, toots. You like that? Aw. At least you work exclusive me for me. Ancient Greece portal. What the hell is a medic?
There you go.
Broadly permanent. Without political rights? You could chill here, but you can't tell us what to do. Democracy. And when there's so many of those people who don't have political rights. Okay. They complain that they are as men who have lost a great treasure, who once lived well and now don't live at all. And some of them bewail the insults which their kinsfolk heap upon their years, and therefore they decry old age for all the evils. Holy shit. Doesn't that sound like kind of right now too that people so maybe I'll read that again. So they long for the pleasures of their youth, and then they complain that they lost a great treasure, who once lived well and now don't live at all. And some of them bewail the insults which their kinsfolk heap upon their years, and therefore they decry old age for all the evils it has brought upon them. I'm an old man. I know that I used to fucking just consume shit, and now you're here fucking in the world I created. But what do you want me to do? I'm old. I did the best I could. But I would say that they did have an opportunity to do better, because if Socrates could know things, then everybody else could, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to create this world where they were just fucking reaching for the stars all the time, or what. Nah, that's a bad expression. I don't know. Loving, humping, and kissing, and fucking and fighting. Making stuff or something. But they did do the best they could, but that's not an excuse. You can learn from your mistakes now that you sit on your cushion chair with your fucking garland. They don't live at all. That's not upstairs, is it? He's just right outside the doorway. In my
Right on the table.
oh, they decry old age for all the evils it's brought upon them. But in my opinion, Socrates, they don't really see what's wrong. If they were right, then I too, and all who have come to my time of life, would by reason of old age have suffered as they have. Who? That's it's harder to understand the bullshitters than it is the not bullshitters. In my opinion, they don't see what's wrong. If they were right, then I too and all those who have come to my time of life would by reason of old age. So it's just the reason is old age. Have suffered as they have. But as a matter of fact, I have met many whose experience is different. So either he's saying that old age is a good reason, or old age is a bad reason.
Everybody is suffering the same suffer from being old. But there are people like himself that are not suffering being old. There are people who enjoy being old.
Oh, he's saying you.
So if they were right, we have all suffered as they have. But I have come across people who say otherwise.
Okay. Take the poet Sophocles, for example. I was with him once when someone asked him, "How do you stand, Sophocles, in respect to the pleasures of sex? Are you still capable of intercourse?" "Hush, sir," he said. "It gives me the greatest joy to have escaped the clutches of that savage and fierce master." Oh, so maybe it's a matter of old age brings with it opportunities to do other things because you don't have like sex on the mind all the time.
There are people who are suffering. I can't get it up anymore. Other ones, people are going, I am glad I don't have that part of my brain consumed.
What does the can't get it up anymore have to do with it?
What's that question that the poet was asked?
Are you still well? What is it that I was saying? That's what I was. That's what I was talking about.
The getting. Are you still able to? Are you still able to perform intercourse?
I was asking about what I was asking about, not what I thought maybe you would participate in the thing that I said. That's what I was hoping, and it had nothing to do with the capable of intercourse. It was just we could have gotten to that but we didn't address the thing that I said.
Well, I guess I misunderstood then.
Instead of being the young people, the lamentations that they were enjoying stuff all the time and doing the sex, wishing that they were still in that, he says, it gives me the greatest joy to escape the clutches of that savage and fierce master. That controlled, the sex controlled the mind of men, and the man who, whether he can get it up or not, that he no longer serves that master. Does that make sense?
Yes, baby.
I thought then that he spoke wisely, and I think so still. For certainly old age brings great peace and freedom from passions such as these. When the desires grow less intense and slacken, most certainly it is as Sophocles says, it means release from masters many and ravening. But all these troubles, their complaints, what the hell? Oh, against their kinsfolk, among them, have but one cause, and that is not old age, but men's dispositions. For old age lays but a moderate burden on men who have orders and peace within themselves. But ill-governed natures find youth and old age alike irksome. Old age lays but a moderate burden on old men who have order and peace within themselves. But ill-governed natures find youth and old age alike irksome. Old age lays but a moderate burden on men who have order and peace. So, old men can have the same urges as the youth, but it's best to find that peace, and maybe you have to not be able to get it up to find that peace. I guess if nobody will have sex with you because you're old and you have to pay for it, and it's not that enjoyable anymore because you don't, maybe it's like the love that keeps the boner going forever. You know, maybe you'll have a boner forever because you have a purpose for a boner. That's just a theory. A wife theory. Fuck that guy. And that is not old age. Oh, so have but one cause. Oh, their complaints aren't about old age. It's about ill-governed natures. 'Cause old age ain't the problem. I was delighted with him for what he said, and wishing to hear more, I tried to draw him out by saying, so I think he did say something pretty mindful, right? So Socrates is like, hey, you're a person worth talking to. I would like to continue because you know things. We can see things together. We could have a good discussion. I tried to draw him out by saying, I fancy syphilis that most people don't admit what you say. But consider that you find old age pleasant, not because of your disposition, but because of your great wealth. For the rich, they say, have many consolations. Most people don't admit what you say, but consider that you find old. Oh, so he's saying that this guy, Cephalus, finds old age pleasant.
And people say that if there is an old man who finds something pleasant, it's because he's wealthy, not because
he has learned to enjoy life. That's why maybe he had the garland and the cushiness. If he's well spoken and he's just enjoying life because he can. So now that picture, just like the arguing or the threats to come to my house or I'll beat you up kind of thing, those threats could be in jest, and that picture of comfort could be a bad thing or a good thing. Could it be because shit is bad, the festivals and being not being manly and stuff. Maybe it's a resolve in his mind where he doesn't need to be that manly. It's not that he laments it like those other people, which is possible. He could have been one of those, or he could be Cephalus. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
Old age alike irksome. Or they think that you're a jolly old man because you're wealthy. True, he said, they do not admit it, and in a sense they are right, but not so right as they think. They're like, yeah, money has helped me, but it's not the only thing. That other thing probably got me gold and stuff, except according to that, he couldn't vote, so I don't know. I guess he just gets to live and enjoy life. That's another dimension of change in people's living situations, people's land and value, and god damn, what a tumultuous thing. In a sense they're right, but not so right. There is a great force in that retort of Themistocles to a Seraphin, who said sneeringly that his fame was due not to himself, but to his city. To a Seraphin who said sneeringly that his fame was due not to himself, but to his city. Big to small, I guess. There's something about the self in both of those things, and I was just thinking that maybe when they talk about these things, they have characters, right? That they somehow were able to give character. And maybe there's not people who make up, who retrieve stories from the big storytellers. Not all the time, but maybe they make up their own. Like there's just two characters that like they don't know how to communicate something, or it's a dimension of their communication. We know this character and we use it as an example to express something, but maybe not. Because it seems like, how do they remember all this stuff to come up with these analogies? Perhaps they just make them up with what they know about these characters, what they remember about these characters and stories.
Maybe.
Like a seraphim is like a music angel or some shit like that. So, and that thing kind of represents something because in the stories it would come down and do this. It seems like it fits in communication, but I like the evolution and sometimes de-evolution of it. Always, like a circle. Certainly said, who said seemingly that his fame was due not to himself, but to his city. Certainly, said Themistocles, I should not have become famous were I a seraphim. But neither would you were you an Athenian. The nature of like a seraphim, like I wouldn't have been as popular of a seraphim if I wasn't a seraphim.
I think that, at least to me, the comparison is he is from a city.
Uh-huh.
And that city is famous.
Yeah.
And he's going, well, you wouldn't be as famous if I was from your town, I wouldn't be famous. If you were from my town.
Well, not so much a town, because he says, I should not have become famous were I a seraphim. If I wasn't a seraphim, I wouldn't have been famous, just like you wouldn't be famous if you came from Athens.
And I'm sure that person probably has a tale from the city he is from. He did something great there.
Who?
I thought we looked at this person was from an area that.
Yeah. Themistocles?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter where he's from. He's saying his fame is due to his city. So whatever his city is, it's kind of irrelevant because he's comparing it now to a seraphim. Who
I thought seraphim was the city.
No. Seraphim is the person who's talking to Themistocles.
Okay.
There is great force in that retort of Themistocles to a seraphim. A seraphin. Seraphian? Who said sneeringly, oh, maybe a seraphian, maybe it's not a seraphim. That's an N. I should not have become famous were I a seraphian. So it's just a guy who didn't get famous? I should not have become famous. So it's a Seriphian who isn't who's not from Seriphian? Who said sneeringly that his fame was not due. Sneeringly? Did we look up what sneeringly is? It's like, oh, it's you guys. It's the city who did it for me. I'm not the conqueror. It's you guys.
You wouldn't be sneering.
Huh. Most people don't admit what you say, but consider that you find old age pleasant because of your disposition. True, he said. They do not admit it, and in a sense they are right. But not so right as they think. There is great force in that retort. Oh, so that's not going to help me. Maybe I'm just not going to understand the reference. There's great force in that retort of Themistocles to a Seriphian who said sneeringly that his fame was due not to himself but to a city. Oh, the Seriphian said sneeringly, "Certainly," said Themistocles, "I should not have become famous were I a Seriphian, but neither would you an Athenian. So you couldn't have been famous in my city, just like I couldn't have been famous in your city?"
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess to each his own? Holy shit, that was such a Jeebus. To each his own. So, that's what he thinks, the guy. I guess about the people who lament and the people who... Oh, no, the people who tell him it's because of his money. Like, your opinion, my opinion kind of thing. Okay. The same applies to men who are not rich and cannot endure old age. A good man even would not easily endure old age and poverty conjoined. Oh, so it kind of goes both ways. I need that Skrillex or whatever the kids say these days. And poverty, nor would the bad man, though he got riches, ever attain peace within himself. It's the balance of two things.
How do you spell
Seriphian? S-E-R-I.
Hold
Okay.
S-E-R-I.
P-H-I-A-N. Did you use the synchronous body functions?
I-P-H-I-A-N.
Yeah. Good man would not easily endure. Attain peace within himself. Did you inherit the greater part of your wealth, Cephalus, I said, or have you made it? Did you inherit it, or did you make it yourself? What have I made myself, Socrates, he said. In the matter of money-making, I might be called the mean between my grandfather and my father. My grandfather, Cephalus, Cephalus, inherited about as much wealth as I now possess, and increased it many times, while Lysanias, my father, reduced it to even less than it is now. But I am content if I leave these young men not less, but perhaps a little more than I inherited. More uses of direction, and like a weird thing, it was like a back and forth. It was a forward in time from grandfather to kids.
Yeah.
But it was a back and forth with the money. Strange thing. What have I made for myself? So he's like, how do I really, what was mine and what did I make, I guess? But he definitely painted a good picture. He tried to talk it out. How would I do that? My grandparents, I think, sold everything to come to fucking America for no reason. To live in apartments and fucking die and get fed pills till the very last fucking moment. And didn't have shit. Didn't give my mother or my uncle shit. Uncle didn't have any kids. Mother didn't have anything for us either. Like fucking $4,000 to move with or something. I remember her saying it's scary. And it sticks out in my head that she had to say, like, hey, I'm not going to be around to make money anymore, and you're on your own, and sorry that I only left you, like, as much as whatever fucking my last paycheck is. So, see you later, alligator. And it shouldn't be like that. It's like family, society didn't care. It was a cutthroat, kill everybody's family to have yours succeed. So most people just died in fucking apartments. Their cat ate their face, and then their neighbor, complained of a stink, and the rent hadn't been paid in however long, and that's how you're found. That shouldn't be fucking life. That's what people made fucking life. It's disgusting. Not less, but perhaps a little more than I inherited. So just do at least try to do a little bit more than you were left. Try really hard not to lose all of it. I said, because you seem to me not excessively fond of money. And that is usually the case with men who have not made it. Really? So he's saying people who were just inherited money
probably tend to spend it instead of hold on to it.
I thought he was saying the opposite. You seem to me not excessively fond of money. And that's usually the case with men who have not made it. So he inherited it. That's to not be excessively fond of money is the people who inherit it.
Mm-hmm. Well, people who inherit tend to spend more frivolously than those who have made that money themselves. We know that, like, from the people I used to work for, the people who made their money held on to their money. The rich get rich because they hold on to their
So
money.
what do you mean he's saying not if he's saying that you don't seem excessively fond of money,
which is is
not
holding on to money.
That's not that he didn't say that.
I am raising that because he is saying he's using his wealth to enjoy it, and he's going to leave just a little bit more than what he inherited.
Okay.
So while he's wealthy, he's still going to spend it.
I thought they said about money that people believe that money makes him happy, but it's his sound mind.
Yes.
He didn't say that he enjoys life with money.
He goes, they are right, but not as right as they think. There is a comfortability, which he's or not a comfortability. There are benefits to being wealthy and old. It's difficult to survive old age and be poor. Is what he was talking about just a couple sentences before. Right? It's difficult to survive old age with poverty.
Uh-huh. But he doesn't have poverty, even if he doesn't spend it excessively. He doesn't say he's spending money to enjoy life. Just that it's hard to endure life being poor. No?
Just speak. I'll have to think about it more.
No. Endure old age. Not easily endure old age and poverty, nor would the bad man, though he got riches, ever attain peace within himself. It's more, I think, more along the point of he has peace within himself rather than worrying about the riches. So he's not necessarily working super hard for money, but he's not saying that he's like being excessive with it. In the matter of money making, a mean between grandfather inherited much wealth and his father reduced it. So maybe when he's talking about that, because I might be called a mean between my grandfather and my father. His grandfather inherited wealth, so maybe that means he inherited just as much wealth, right? But his father reduced it to even less than it is now. So does that mean that he spends it too? If he's a mean between...
I thought it was the other way around. I thought the grandfather left the dad a bunch of money, and then the dad only left.
Yeah, that's what I said. My grandfather inherited about as much wealth as I now possess, and increased it many times. So he's saying he also has increased the wealth, but he also spends the wealth like his father. He inherited some and increased it like his grandfather, but he also spends it and reduced the amount that he earned, maybe even. Possibly. Right?
I think so.
I said, because you seem to me not excessively fond of money, and that's usually the case with men who have not made it. So he's made it. If he's the mean between or he could just be one of those things, and one of those things about his father. But those who have made their money are twice as much attached to it as others. Like, so even the same thing here, like you said, that because he made it, he's attached to it. For as poets love their poems and fathers their children, just so money makers value their money, not only for its uses as other people do, but because it is their own production. Like, oh, so fathers love their children because it's their own production. They are disagreeable people to meet for that reason. They are disagreeable people to meet for that reason. They have no praise for anything but riches. You are right, he said. Yes, I said, but tell me this. What do you consider the greatest good in the possession of... Nope. Hold on. What do you consider the greatest good in the possession of ample means? Maybe he's trying to figure him out because he's like, he's curious. He was kind of like fished in because he's like, oh, you gotta, he said something intelligent and intriguing. So, and now you're telling me that you're into being reasonable in your mind because you're not these crazies. You've compared yourself to them and said, I'm different. Oh, you know, how are you different? Well, I'm level-headed. How are you level-headed? Cause or people seem like make it seem like you're in it more for the money, but you seem more reasonable. So which one is the thing that controls you, I guess? We talked about, you explained me the money part. Now explain me the the other part. The part about how do I say it? It's so easy to just say money. The level-headedness. The getting right with things, the not being driven by desires. He's
Yeah, it was that he's like, you spoke something very well. I liked what you said. Socrates said. So like, there's his proof.
yeah. So he's like, let's talk about this further. Let's see if we could poke any holes in your reasoning. Tell me your truth. Tell me the truth. What do you consider the greatest good in the possession of ample means? What do you consider the greatest good in the possession of ample means? It's ample means. Ample means is a goal, and the way to get to that goal is like the possessions, I think. The greatest good in the possession of ample means. So if there's a perfect situation, there is the best perfect situation. The greatest good is available to this thing because it's like having an imagination without time or gravity. Is, I guess that's a stupid way to say it. A reality versus like a sci-fi. There's a structure. To things. In order to survive, there are certain things that must be met. You can't just say you can survive without air and survive without air. It's not reality. So when you make something fake, you can give it a different shape that doesn't look like real life. So if you want to talk the truth about ample means, there's a freedom that isn't there.
Okay.
If you want to talk about good, you can't say, well, it's about eating all your children or something, you know? There are restrictions to define things. One isn't two. So I'm trying to work it out in my head as well. You know? I'm trying to figure out what they mean when they say, what do you consider the greatest good in the possession of.
What about ample means? You have wealth to do things. If you're talking about wealth, what is the greatest good about having the ability to do what you want. You have ample means.
I thought they were talking about averages again with the means. Like what? Because he said I'm somewhere between my grandfather and my father. I thought like ample means. I get that doesn't really make any sense. Okay, yeah. Because ample means is subjective. It's two things. It's best and best desirable. Like to where do you draw the line between two things? How much ample becomes too much ample that it isn't the greatest good anymore? Right?
Maybe.
Something that perhaps few men will credit, he said. But you know, Socrates, when a man faces the thought that he must die, there come upon him fear and foreboding about things that have not troubled him before. It's like he's haunted by fucking ghosts now. I keep looking at that bread. I gotta have a piece. I gots to have a piece. Is it the... is it... oh, what are they called? The poets. Is it the poets that put the fear of death into him? Because they talked about the poets before. And how maybe they should stop talking about death so much. So I wonder what relationship that those two things have with each other. Spreading the butter. Do you think that he's just talking about death now and they don't relate to each other? I have the salt.
I don't know if there's enough information to determine that stuff. He was talking about becoming older and is it painful? I'm not sure. But we have talked about there's this cult of death stuff that happened that he was exposed to death. I don't know if it's the poet's fault or not.
Well, I think that there is proof that when a good storyteller tells a story without telling a story by showing a pattern. You know? If the problem is addressed in the conversation that they have about death and its importance, why wouldn't it be a part of the life of the person he's talking to?
What?
Why wouldn't there be a relationship between the two points of death? That even... it's not about... it's not about It could be this or it couldn't be this. It's about it could be this or maybe it's this, putting a picture together. Instead of just saying it's not what you said. Maybe it's not what you said. You know? Because you said they could be or they couldn't be related. There's not enough information. I'm drawing a picture and I know it could or couldn't be. What pictures does it draw for you? It's like telling me what I already know. I know it couldn't be. But do you want to explore this idea bubble with me? Or do you want to make another one? Or...
Sorry. We've gone, I think, I don't know, for me, too far off. I don't even know what really we're talking about anymore.
that I was posing an idea and you said in response, what if it isn't that?
Can you pose the things again so I can refresh, please?
When a man, but you know, Socrates, when a man faces the thought that he must die, there must come upon him fear and foreboding about things that have not troubled him before. Death is being mentioned twice. What could be the relationship between them? Because I trust Plato enough to not just be disassociating two similar ideas.
That death is mentioned here and death is mentioned
In the future, when Socrates is like, fuck the stories that Homer tell about death, they're not good for children.
they're not good for, is it not good for children, or is it not good for children who are growing up to be guardians?
He said, leave it to the bad women to tell the stories. So I think he's saying it's not for anyone to grow up with. Because it's gonna, that you can't just separate these people and then they'll never talk. Is he posing that we isolate warrior children to not hear anything and not know anything and not interact with anyone?
Not interacting with anyone, but I think he did mention that at age 5 or whatever, you take them away from their parents.
But they would still interact with their society. Would they lock them up in a place where they won't go to town, where they won't interact with anybody but the...
It seems unlikely.
And also, what are you going to do? Because they'll still hear the stories before they go off. Are they going to somehow make them unhear it? It's a more substantial problem than we could just put them in a shelter at a certain age and make them become warriors. Are you there?
Yes, wife. I'm pondering your question.
And what happens when they get out? Do they live in this place forever, even when they're given land and given people to serve them?
Are they given that in the later parts because everybody's supposed to do a job?
Instead of,
Um,
will they be locked up forever, isolated from the world?
I don't believe so.
So then, regardless of the situation that I pondered, instead of contradicting just the little pieces, can you try to communicate with me? Will they be locked up forever? So eventually they'll have the opportunities to marry.
Probably.
Will they? So then they would hear the ghost stories regardless and go back to war.
Yeah.
So then it's not about taking the children away at a certain age.
No.
And now he's here talking to a younger person about his fear of death. Who knows who else he's talked to about it. But the point is that now he fears death. And it's a thing to just consider, that nobody puts two points in a story that are totally unrelated when one is so important. There's structure to things. And even if somebody doesn't realize it, death is death is death is death. Whether Plato knows it or not, when death is brought up in people's life, that's how you know everybody's in a cult of death. Because when they bring up cult of death, or when they bring up death, there's a reason. So if Plato mentions death twice, there's something there. Always, regardless, doesn't matter. It's almost literal pieces of the web connecting tissues on the thread.
Okay.
Fear and foreboding about things that have not troubled him before. Once he laughed at the tales about those in Hades. So it's now they're talking about the tales of death. About those in Hades, of punishment to be suffered there by him, who here has done injustice. This is the first mention of justice, right? The topic of the whole thing.
Yes. I think that's the first time justice has been mentioned.
And it's the opposite. It's injustice. It's being his introduction to justice within the conversation is being punished because you've been doing injustice, or you did injustice.
Yeah.
Do you still feel like I'm talking down to you or something because I'm sharing my thoughts with you? Like it makes me feel insecure to even be able to I don't know, be enthused about stuff.
Do I still feel like you're talking down to me? My wife.
I feel like if people have to watch who they are around you for arbitrary reasons, it feels like, I don't know. You told me how I wanted to change you, but how is that not changing me? It's not like I'm saying things maliciously. And you keep doing this arguing with me thing that you know that you always push me to have to fight against you to get you back from there. Every single time for the decades we've been together. Right? So I know the fucking battlefield already. And then you try to tell me to change just like you did every single other fucking time. And it's never worked. And that's why you called me the immovable force, and yet, here we are. Should we just stop?
Go a little bit longer. I can see your point that he mentioned it twice. Probably related.
Could you fix that? Once he laughed at the tales about those in Hades, of punishment to be suffered there by him who here has done injustice. But now his soul is tormented by the thought that these may be true. And whether from the bodily weakness of old age, or because he is now nearer to that other world, he himself sees those things more clearly. He becomes full of fear and suspicion. He begins to reckon up and consider if he has done any injustice to any man. And finding in his life many such acts, often like a child he awakes out of a sleep in terror, and lives in expectation of evil. So he's talking about injustice, and then they have to talk about what is injustice, and they never were able to figure out what injustice is still.
Yeah.
After 3 books, they're still, well, now, okay, so let's make the perfect city. Where does the injustice come? And then the guy says, we want embroidery, so let's make war.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out where injustice comes from. how it develops.
That way. Don't go this way. Back up. If you freaking... He can't reach there, right?
Not in the front. He could go underneath the thing, but
Oh.
underneath the rocking
You go
chair.
through that effort. I'm gonna sit on that rocking chair. You like pancakes? Remember that episode of Treehouse of Horror? Where Homer ate himself? I'm about to get the butter and the syrup. I think I convinced him. His bodily weakness and his mind starts going. He becomes... Could that have to do with any of the dementia stuff? That people are just in so much fear of death that they become kind of catatonic and they don't know how to express it and they lose themselves to the cult of death? Who knows? He begins to reckon up and consider if he has done any injustice to any man, even though they don't know what it is. And finding in his life many such acts, how did they define it even? Like a child, he awakes out of a sleep in terror and lives in expectation of evil. With him, that is conscious of no injustice in him, kindly hope, the nurse of age, as Pindar calls it, is always present. So if you don't find injustice in your life, which however anybody defines it, how do you know that you find no injustice? So how do you reach this nurse? The nurse of age. So he hasn't done any injustices? And that's why he's so content?
It is Cephalus
Yeah.
done no injustice?
Yeah, and that's why he seems so content? Because he seems to be relating... He was like, is it because money or is it because your mind is right? And he's like, it's a little bit of both. So if your mind's right, then you don't fear death, and the nurse of age has your back.
Or maybe he's made amends or something. He's thought about what he's done and he's fixed it. So he has done injustice, but there was
Maybe. I mean, he didn't say he did, but he did say with him that in conscious of no injustice in him, but with him that is conscious of no injustice in him. The nurse of age is always present. I mean, he didn't say he had the nurse of age. I just mean that even though he's saying that he is on some sort of path there, right?
okay.
If this is bad and this is good, if this is justice, this is injustice, he's somewhere in that okayness of working, because he's self-aware of the death stuff. He's like, this happens to us. He's not experiencing it and like, oh god, but maybe he still has some fear. He hasn't said yet, but he's less crazy with money. So he's less fearful and less like wishing of the past because he's more okay, probably because he thinks he did less injustice.
Or hasn't come across, he's searching for good discussion. Maybe he hasn't come across the injustice. He says he's thinking about things that he had not thought about before. So maybe he just hasn't got there yet. Possibility.
Like he hasn't thought about his injustices yet?
Yeah. Maybe there's something that's slipping his mind. Who knows? Just a possibility.
Well, how could it slip his mind at all if injustice isn't even a real thing? Right? I mean, if he feels bad about stuff, that's not necessarily justice or injustice, you know?
Yes, wife.
I don't know if how people convince themselves if they're guilty of something when nobody in 3 chapters have been able to define injustice or find injustice wherever that perfect line, if there is one, to the balance of like a truth to it as opposed to a desire to define it, you know. Before we eat all that bread, I would like a piece with that vinegar and mayo thing. I think that would be tasty.
Okay, baby, I'll be right back.
Are you gonna get it now?
Yeah, I'll get it for you now.
Is this something that you want?
No, but I'll get you a piece.
You don't have to at the moment. I ate all the bread almost. Should I put up Farmville or something while you're doing that? Oh, okay. Should I BRB for all the people that fucking listen to our garbage? It's not garbage. Oh, look at me, I'm self-deprecating. Not anymore. That's not what I'm about. I wish there was a button I could turn on the music or something and hear it myself. I'm looking at all our pictures. Dang, that was fast. Dang it. That's nice.
Maybe you do want to put up the BRB. I gotta go pee.
Which button is it?
Number 5. First one of the second set.
Ooh. This is 5.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened. Should I go like this?
Okay.
I should have just... You pulled a Shin-Chan on me.
Right now, none of these are working, so... I wonder why
shit.
that is.
You know how he was like, I don't have to pee? But then when they get in the car, he's like, I gotta poop. You were like, I'm only gonna be gone a minute. You don't put the thing up, and then you had to... But now you have to pee. Yeah. I could at least planted one turnip.
Well, it wasn't until I was walking back that I had to pee. I'm right back.
Does mayo taste better when you kiss it off my face? I need a BRB. Where did it go? Oh. Oh. I sees it. Welcome back.
Thank you, babe. Maybe we should have a discussion whether we should stop or not.
Okay.
In terms of food and all that stuff. It's 12:30.
I ate a bunch of bread.
You content with that for dinner?
Yeah. Do you think I won't be later? Or is that...
That's not where my thought was. I was thinking that is not the healthiest.
We'll probably go to bed soon. Right? I'll go to bed with a belly full of bread. And we'll all get heart surgery in the morning.
I'll bring out the rest of the noodles,
Oh, okay. Wait, you're going back and doing something else? I could have planted 2 turnips.
No, I'm saying if that's something we want.
Oh, yeah.
There's another helping of the Chinese food that I made.
Neat. Okay.
So does that influence us?
I'd like to read like another paragraph at least.
Okay.
Yeah. It's getting good, but it's always good.
You want to undo the BRB?
How do I do that?
Try hitting just
F5?
Yeah.
Did it work? No, it didn't.
No.
Okay. Well. But now his soul is tormented by the thought that these may be true, and whether from the bodily weakness of old age or because he is now nearer to that other world, he himself sees things more clearly. Do you? Through madness? He becomes full of fear and suspicion. He sees clearly, and he becomes full of fear and suspicion. He begins to reckon up and consider if he had done any injustice to any man. And finding in his life many such acts, often like a child, he awakens out of a sleep in terror and lives in expectation of evil. He's seeing clearly.
Is he saying, is that what happens to old people, or is that what he's experiencing?
He's saying he becomes. So maybe he experienced it a bit. Because how would he know? Maybe the stories that he's been told, and he's like, "Hey, you guys are fucking weird."
And maybe he's reasoning things out.
Yeah, that too. He must have awoken screaming like a kid too, with nightmares, to talk about it if he's
Probably.
reasoning it. But with him that is conscious of no injustice in him, kindly hope, the nurse of age, as Pindar calls it, is always present. Kindly hope, the nurse of age. Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. For that is a beautiful saying of his, Socrates, that whoever has lived a righteous and holy life, she on his pilgrimage fareth beside him, and his heart feedeth. He gets to eat off of a woman.
You say that again, wife?
She on his pilgrimage fareth beside him, and his heart feedeth. He feeds off of her.
He gets something from her.
His heart feedeth. Yeah. But it's kind of like a one-way street. He's feeding. He's not giving and receiving, he's just receiving.
Okay.
Sweet hope, the nurse of age, most surely she of all, to its heaven leadeth. The many turning mind of humankind. He gets to feed like a. He said feed almost like getting nursed. His heart is getting nursed instead of suckling like a baby. And then he'll get to just do that forever. There's a woman in the universe that loves us so much that we could just nom, 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 nom. That's heaven. Sucking on titties. Sucking on hope titties. How romantic. It is really a wonderfully fine description. Oh, it's a wonderfully fine. This is definitely what I want. Right? Like, he said, you see clearly, even though everything is like, ah! Right?
So
Contradiction.
Clearly now. Contradictions.
I can see all the titties in my way. It is really a wonderfully fine description. Now, so his sanity he found in freaking hope for a nurse titty in the afterlife. Dang. I thought he was pretty good, but I bet Socrates at this point is a little disappointed. He's like, oh, you're one of those. You know? Now here I hold lies the chief advantage of the possession of wealth. Not perhaps for everyone, but for the good man. For we can go to that other world without fear only if we are guiltless of even involuntary deceit or falsehood. And if we are quit of all our debts of sacrifice to God and of money to man, that there's like a nature nurture there. God is nature, but far removed from nature, because their gods, they talk about what their gods do. They scratch their asses and fight, and the humans tell the stories about them that are not good. And then money, what does money fucking mean when you die? They've made it like part of the religion.
Yeah. They talk about it later. It's art.
Ugh. Oh yeah. Fuck that. But then doesn't Socrates not convince them, but doesn't he make a convincing point that money isn't art? This is cock bullshit.
I think so. Yeah.
Of sacrifice. That he was doing sacrifices in the backyard, and I was talking about making sacrifices to God. All you have to do is just give stuff, and you'll be loved. Instead of, I guess that was the original way to like find this other thing by giving something to it. You know, let me know you. And then they have like orgies and fucking weird drug parties and cutting of things and almost dying to talk to God and
Sacrifice.
there's like a physical pull to see something that wasn't exactly there, but they knew that it was there. It was just in their minds and not on the outside. So they pushed and tried to build and do all these things to find this thing, only for it to be right here. It's the stretching of the dough to see all the gluten inside. Fucking debts, God. And to this result, money largely contributes. Oh, he gets to pay his way to heaven or some shit? It is indeed many other uses, but setting one thing against another, I should regard this as not the least of the uses of wealth to a man of sense. Not the least? I should regard this as not the least of the uses, so something very important.
So it sounds like to me too.
And if we are quit of all our debts of sacrifice to God, who judges that? Socrates measures a judging from nature, and these people are just making it up. He's comparing things to other things to try to draw a picture, while these people are trying to draw a picture by telling that picture what it is. If that makes sense. Oh, the good things in life you can only get when you praise God. You're trying to create a barrier between what is with your fucking nonsense.
Separating the inside from the outside, I guess.
Or maybe not even try, but yeah. They see something and instead of investigating it, they try to conquer it and say, this is what this is. Ugh. We're not there. So money buying his way into heaven. I should regarded this as not the least of the uses of wealth to a man of sense. What you say, Cephalus, is excellent. When he says that, that's probably just like, you say words good. And this motherfucker was talking to that Thrasymachus because that motherfucker was there. And he's talking sense like Thrasymachus talks sense.
When he says excellent, is it because it gives him a place to go? I think that's something Socrates has done. Speak excellent things. Now, if we talk about this, we can. So whether it's right or not, it gives an option on where to go.
Because it pleases the other person's senses. He goes towards them, and it's like, I'm not calling you an idiot, but we're gonna get to a conclusion, I feel like, that will prove that you're wrong, and if you fight me like Thrasymachus, then well, what are we gonna do here? But I think it keeps the door open to be polite or whatever. I don't know if I think so. That's why I think like he's just trying to praise them for, oh, look how well you speak. Remember when we were monkeys just a couple 100 years ago or something? Because this is so fucking old. What a good fit. Look how we can tie our ties and comb our hair now or some shit. what you say is excellent. But as to this, I think, and another thing, like Columbo, it's kind of like the same thing. Columbo's like, oh yeah, I get what you're saying. And then he turns around, but, oh, I just thought about this one thing that I may have to, that may clear some things up for me. We should watch Columbo. Or maybe just like an episode or something, not get anything too crazy. But as to this justice, can we quite without qualification define it as truthfulness and repayment of anything that we have received? Or are these very actions sometimes just and sometimes unjust? Hold on. As to this justice, can we quite without qualification define it as truthfulness and repayment of anything that we have received? So he's saying right now we aren't measuring justice.
Was it Socrates?
Yeah. But as to this justice, can we quite without qualification define it as truthfulness and repayment of anything we have received? Or are there very actions sometimes just and sometimes unjust? So the things that we call just, is it sometimes just and sometimes unjust? Like what you have. Let's say this justice. Can we quite without qualification? He's saying that justice doesn't have a. I'm trying to get like a little bit, because he's presuming that it seems like that justice needs qualifications in the first place. That it's not just justice, whatever. The nuances that everybody understands, because that's where they are right now.
Is that what he means without qualification, is the nuances?
Eliminating the nuances without qualifications. We have to talk about it so that we're on the same page, because everybody else has their own nuances of this. Whatever they hear, they kind of develop it in their head until they become mad and start making up stories in their head about the viciousness that somebody's about to do to them. And that's stories.
Yeah.
So for example, that's where we are. For example, if we had been given weapons by a friend when he was of sound mind, and he went mad and reclaimed them, it would surely be universally admitted that it would not be right to give them back. Anyone who did so, and who was prepared to tell the whole truth to a man in that state would not be just. He went straight to like an opposite thing of what just would, like a complicated situation where doing a thing you're supposed to do or not doing something to endanger someone but also to keep something from someone is like setting up a
paradox.
Yeah, that would be a good way to say it, I think, right? Well, you said it, so of course you think so. We've been given weapons by a friend. He went mad and reclaimed them. It would surely be universally admitted that it would not be right to give them back. Anyone who did so and who prepared to tell the whole truth to a man in that state would not be just. You are right, he said. So people went crazy back then like that? As the aliens are coming or some shit. Quick, I need these swords. God told me to chop off my kid's dick.
The Gauls are coming, dude. There ain't no Gauls. There haven't been Gauls around here for 200 years.
Or there won't be Gauls for two. Do you think that Athens ever had to deal with Gauls? Do you think they ever went down that far? Or was that like Macedonia, Thrace, maybe?
I think it was too far away.
All of that's still too far away?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't think the Gauls expanded that far, at least at that point.
Wow.
They're still I don't think they were organized enough, the Gauls.
Too busy having stupid stories about
warring with each other, still just tribes of people.
I bet you somebody at one point put rope around their balls and then put rope around like an animal and had their balls dragged or were dragged by their balls. So I guess that's where they were. If they were fucking monkeys. Your words. Surely be admitted that it would not be right to give them back. You are right. Then this is not the definition of justice. Speaking the truth and restoring what we have received. So, I guess they is weird, like you're given something. Is it just for you to hold real quick? Like, here, hold this while I go to the bathroom?
Maybe.
We had been given weapons by a friend. Huh. So you can speak the truth and give back what was given to you. That's not justice.
Yeah. The definition from before.
Yes, but it is Socrates, broken Polemarchus. If we are to believe Simonides, whoever that is. Well, well, said Cephalus. I leave the argument with you, for it is time for me to attend to the sacrifice. Are you sitting there getting ready for a sacrifice? What is he sacrificing? You think that they were sacrificing animals? Like a bunch of horrible people? That's the cult of death.
They often had effigies.
Burning incense?
Yeah.
Instead of food, but that shit originates in burning animals, right?
Yeah.
There's something about killing things that seems so... that's so brutish. And I think people still kind of do that. That's like the origins of the cult of death.
Just losing things, they could throw their possessions. They could pour wine into the river.
What is the like kind of the first possession though? Is probably food, right? They didn't have to kill things to sacrifice it, but they did. They could just say, sacrifice here, universe, take back your chicken.
No, I wonder also about the words. Is it sacrifice? Is it tribute? Like, there's.
Both things would have to originate from the same place, though, right?
Yeah, giving up something.
And the sacrifice could fit when he said you have to sacrifice to the gods for your you have to pay for justice to be considered justable or some shit, whatever. But the first possession that I think somebody would sacrifice is either food or animals. They didn't put the food on the ground for the animals to eat. So they sometimes throw it in a fud, sometimes they just leave it in places, but they had like a place that they put it, right?
Yeah, an altar kind of thing.
Most sacrifices or tributes that I've seen, they kill animals. And now the Jews are back to killing animals to fight war. There was some things on Twitter that, it's like Twitter is like 4chan sometimes. You may click on something that you'll regret for years to come.
Yeah.
So there's something about the violence in that seems to pass through things. And that sucks. Pass through the ages. So even if you're like, oh, look, we're leaving cookies out for Santa. What do you think those cookies, where does that originate from? You ain't eating those cookies, or maybe your parents are eating the cookies now, so I guess it's kind of like a weird, but it still has an origin in something, and it turned into something else. I have to go do sacrifice. Well. It's time for me to attend to the sacrifice. Well, said I, is not Polemarchus your heir? Certainly, he said, smiling, and departed to sacrifice. Come then, I said, you who have inherited the argument. What is the saying of Simonides about justice of which you approve? That to render to every man what is owing is just. Chaos is always the worst shit to try to decipher. It's the hardest. It sounds like he's saying to give to every man what he's owed is just. Well, how do you measure that? It started on such a... here's a thing that I heard,
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be nice if people did that now, instead of just saying you're gay and shit, to just give your point, and then we could bounce it off each other until fucking you strip it all down to its core, which is the Socratic method. But, to put it in the listful way that you want, it's still gonna be hard. Preheat oven to 350 degrees. That to render to every man what is owing is just, said he, and I, for one, think he was right in so saying. Well, I said, Simonides is one whom canoe. I kept reading it. I couldn't see cannot. It was, it was canoe cannot. Simonides is one whom we cannot lightly disbelieve. So I'm telling you that I'm putting the value into what you're saying. So what happens when we poke just the... I think that's how he tries to show that he's doing truthfulness. Not just, you're bullshit, you know? So part of the Socratic method is to try to make the person feel comfortable, I think. Is to make a point and have them make a retort point and see how... Sorry.
Two of them.
Here's one.
Thank you, babe.
Make a statement and then have someone contradict that statement or pose a question. Have it be answered, and then somehow convince that person that you're on their side. Always walk towards that person. That's what he seems to do. I, for one, could never fucking do that. Because I can't give that much of myself away because I'm a woman and not a dude talking to another dude. So that would be impossible for me. I'd have to give up myself until they take everything. Because men want to suck on women's teat until they're dead and go to heaven and continue to do it. Suck on that titty milk. We watched him try to say, hey, instead of fighting, can I convince you that I just want to fucking go home? And he's like, nope, let's go. But he did it in a way that convinced him, okay, yeah, let's go let's go enjoy something together. People are forceful, and I think that will be a prominent thing over and over again, that it's kind of like he's trying to walk towards them and see it the same way that they do, and try to feel out all the places and see where that person can't draw the picture of what they're trying to say. Because there are contradictions. Like if you tell me to close my eyes and imagine a room that's so bright I couldn't see anything. Or I guess that so bright that everything was black. If it was so bright, I would only see white. I wouldn't see black, so I can't picture what you're trying to tell me. And a lot of people's problems is that they don't know that they're not drawing a good picture for the person that's supposed to be receiving their words. They're only telling words to themselves for themselves. And that's kind of what creates their echo chamber. It's almost impossible to ask them questions because eventually they'll get to a point where if you disagree with them or you try to tell them something different, they just keep going into chaos like fucking Thrakamakis. And I hate it. Render every man what is owing is just, and I agree. One who we can't lightly disbelieve, he was a wise and godlike man. But as to what this saying means, you, Polemarchus, may know that. I certainly do not. I need that picture drawn for me. For it clearly does not mean what we were just saying. Repayment of what has been given to a man in pledge if the claimant is out of his senses. It does not mean what we were just saying. So, that to render to every man what is owing is just. How does that apply to a person out of his senses wants a weapon that he may do harm with? I guess is the question, right?
I think so.
Repayment of what has been given to a man in pledge if the claimant is out of his senses. You surely... Oh no. Yet surely what has been given in pledge is owing, is it not? Given in pledge is owing. So it is kind of like a borrowing. I'm holding your weapons for you, so it's like I'm giving this to you for a time being.
Yeah. I promise I will give these back.
Yeah.
I pledge that I will return your...
Okay.
whatever.
But now that you've gone crazy and you may use these weapons to attack me or something.
Yeah.
Or hurt yourself or whatever.
Or burn, like... I gave you all my gasoline. Well, and I know you're crazy and want to burn down the school full of children, so I suggest to return his gasoline and torches.
Yeah. So there's a contradiction that it's owed to him, but also he's not of the right mind to accept them.
Yeah. Reminds me of all that shit with the guns that they could take. You are free to have guns, but you're crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta take them away, and that's justice.
And then you can't protect yourself.
Yeah.
And that's... So there's a missing justice that you can't get for yourself. So here's a bunch of cops that aren't really working for you, but they do justice, right? And then, or you go to court where justice is supposed to exist, and this and that. All these middlemen for justice. Yet surely what has been given in pledge is owing. Is it not? Yes. But we were certainly not to make repayment when the claimant is out of his senses. True, he said. Then Siamides apparently means something else when he says that to repay what is owing is just. But assuredly he does, he said. For he thinks that friends owe to friends to do good and no evil. Is that a quote, though? I understand, I said. For what is repaid is not always what is owing. When, for example, a man repays money to one who has deposited it with him, if the repayment or acceptance is harmful and the repayer and the receiver are friends. Is that what you say Siamides meant? I understand. For what is repaid is not always what is owing. You don't pay what you pay more or less than you owe. Or
if there are two friends and one is given something, if there is harm done in that repayment, whatever the case, then it is not just. Because harm is occurred. You can't have harm with just actions if they're friends.
What is repaid is not always what is owing. So sometimes the repayment is like a punch. I'm repaying my debt by smacking you in the face or something.
I owe you my life. So what? You kill yourself? Like.
Yeah. When, for example, a man repays money to one who has deposited it with him, if the repayment or acceptance is harmful and the repayer and the receiver are friends. Is that what you say, Simonides meant? Certainly. Then are we to repay the enemies whatever is owing to them? Certainly we must pay them. It's kind of a jumpy thing. But I think this is more an example of how Socrates is using all their information to see all the extremes of their opinions. Because he talks about not hurting your friends, but then he goes to the extreme paying back your enemies. What does paying back your enemy entail? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? So it's another like 1, 2, 3 to another 1, 2, 3, like a two opposing forces because of one interaction. So friend, repayment, bad good. Enemy, repayment, bad good. It's a bidipole of a bidipole of a bidipole of is and isn't. I wish I could say those words better. Something he says is just. Then are we to repay to enemies whatever is owing to them? Certainly we must pay them what is owing.
Can you go back to where they defined some of this before? Did they mention friends and enemies before?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. The first thing of friends was mentioned in the example if we owe a friend weapons, but he's not in the right mind to use it.
Just a minute ago, it was if money was deposited and if the repayment is harmful and they're friends, then it's not just. Was there? I think like right after that they mentioned another thing. Did they mention enemies?
It wasn't exactly like that. It was money to the gods, right? It was
that sentence with the word if the money was deposited with them.
Man repays money. That's the second example. A man repays money to one who has deposited it with him.
Okay, so just after a little after that, maybe even the next sentence or so. Since that point, have they mentioned enemies? Because I don't think they mentioned enemies before that.
No, then are we to repay enemies? That was the first time.
Okay.
No, back up. You are not coming back here. Find another place to be. Not happening.
Why did Socrates mention enemies?
Because it's the opposite of friends. He's trying to draw a whole picture of justice by giving the example of friends, of not being, because you do what you do in Polemarchus's quote, just get a good person. Where is it? Well, render to every that to render to every man what is owing is just. So that's the first thing. A friend is owed something that is just. What about an enemy
Any
owed?
Man. What can I guess what can a man be? It could be a friend or they could be an enemy.
What?
To pay back any man what is owed.
Yeah.
So what can a man be?
Friend or enemy?
That is that the question that was asked, or was it just based upon he said friend, and so he just went to the opposite of friend?
He made up the friend part because of the example that he gave. That you give what a man is owed. But what if a man is owed something and it's bad to give it to him? Then what if it's good to give it to him? Is the enemy part. Like how do you determine how much you give to the enemy? How much justice do you dole out to the enemy? He's trying to
There's because that part is any man is what is you pay back any man what is owed, and that was said by Polemarchus, right?
That's the quote that he
was saying
quoted, yeah.
From Simonides or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's Socrates then went and he is the one that brought friends and enemies into this argument.
Mm-hmm.
How did he take those steps? How did he choose that as the path he was going to go down in?
Because a friend is someone that you don't betray. A friend is someone who you can owe something to. It's a close relationship, especially in those times between men, that you're either a friend or a foe. You can be nothing else but friend or foe. So since there's a friend contradiction, let's see an enemy contradiction. Going from what is the nature of justice, you say that it falls within these confines, but here's a contradiction.
So we came across two possibilities. What is a man, or dadgummit, let's go back and listen. You said a man could be one of two things: a friend or an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Then where's that dog drinking that water from?
Was that, or was that just water in the pipes?
That sounded like lapping.
Oh, God.
Nope.
Okay. Ugh. So, and it came from the justice and injustice. The justice and injustice came from how the old man felt about how he lives life. That you're either at peace with being old or you're not. And it's beneficial to having peace when you're old, to have money, because you can buy justice. You can atone for things. It all came from just asking, "Hey, old man, what is it like being old?"
Something there I'm missing.
Do you want to talk about that whole?
I don't know enough of the whole to give it a shape to ask a question to.
Oh, um, is this? Oh, possession of wealth.
The choosing to go from man and then branching off to friend or enemy. That was the path that was taken.
Because a man cannot have any more than two different relationships with another man, good or bad.
There's only here's in relation to what you said, because they were talking about an old man and he pondered whether he had done injustice in his life.
You can only do injustice to another man.
And you do justice
By not doing a thing to hurt men at a certain point, to a certain point in your life, as much as you. That's the conundrum with justice, is that it can't really be defined because it's always just based on the guilt of the self. If you're at comfort, or if you're at peace with it, if you think you can buy your way to heaven, if you think you've done nothing wrong, then justice is what justice is. And is justice even related to the guilt that you feel after death or towards death? It was just the old man's fear of death that made him think about justice in the first place. Everything's either good or bad, and to what degree. Does that kind of make sense?
yeah, there's still. I'm gonna have to think about it some more because that step. Just gonna need to see more examples.
The step from it being from being an issue of man to being an issue of good and bad men.
friend and enemy.
Friend and enemy.
I think I need more examples. Like if we continue reading the thing and seeing other
Yes,
questions
but
he
can I find some sort of peace with this too?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm confused how it wouldn't be from man to friend or foe. Because everything is a dipole by dipole. And the only relationship you can have with another man is good or bad. So friend or foe is the perfect way. Are you a friend or an enemy? Are you someone who I fight with, or is it someone who I work with? There are a lot of confusing this and that stages in between alliances and whatnot. People, how many times does your brother have to betray you before he's an enemy, when once he was naturally a friend because you were part of the same family?
I guess it's my viewpoint that I don't see every person as a friend or an enemy.
At any given point, if they do you wrong, they're an enemy. If they don't do you wrong, they're a friend.
There are people I haven't met who haven't done things. So there is a on off nothing at all thing. There are these people who just people. In my
But
eyes.
conversely, I've said that everyone's our enemy because they do bad things that contribute to bad things. They're enemies until they stop doing that bad stuff. There's always something that needs to be changed about them. It's a relationship of fighting to make you different or working with how you are. Do you not fight to make people different? Cheap, cheap, little birdie. I mean, I think that's been, you're a very changing for other people type of person. We talk about enemies a lot, so I find it strange that you don't know enemy, though we've said enemy and we've pointed and said enemy to many different things. You know?
Mm-hmm.
You can see the dilemma in that, right?
Yes, wife.
Would you say that Bill Gates is not an enemy?
Bill Gates, I find easily identifiable enemy. The person we rent from.
Mm-hmm.
Friend or enemy?
A little bit of many things. But that's kind of every what about when I play things, you are until you aren't, right? Every second, husband, that you're my enemy, you're my enemy. When you're my friend, you're my friend. Either one of those exists at any given point in time. Usually there's a trajectory to one or the other. But every second is the potential to change, or to the potential to ask friend, enemy, friend, enemy, friend, enemy, friend, enemy.
So when that situation comes along where the person's out of their senses, returning their stuff, they are not friends, even though they were called friends. They would be enemies then.
In the way I'm describing it, yes. In the way Socrates is describing it, I don't know if he could break it down that simply. Maybe. Because he would not think that someone is his enemy until they prove over and over that they're his friend. He would say, "You are Athenian, thus you are my friends." What about the people that killed him? Were they friends? You know, it's still a hard example, because what is an enemy? We talk about justice, but what is an enemy? What is a friend? How do you measure that? How do I tell you I love you the way you want to be told, and how do you do it to me? Where do I interject how I want you to be told how I should love you? You know?
Mm-hmm.
These are all the questions that have to be. That's probably why there's missing pieces, because we haven't gotten to what all these things are. Especially with all these imbeciles in the world. They just make words and tell you what it is, even though that definition isn't a thing that exists in reality. And that's justice. But the best he can, he's measuring, you're either for me or against me. And maybe madness is something that you're not in the right state of mind. You're still a friend, but an evil thing has come over you, like an evil spirit. Maybe they think that people can get haunted by madness or something. But it is a situation from one perspective, as the way they could see it, I guess. People who would maybe believe in possessions, even though I would say that person's your enemy because they're not fighting against their urge to be fucking crazy, because demons don't exist. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. We know that stuff doesn't exist. So it's hard to imagine a place where maybe it does to them. So maybe there is like, oh, they got taken over by Odin or something and fucking he went on a rampage. No, that's not at all what happened. However, if you think that could happen, then you would still consider that person your friend and not an enemy. It's more like drawing a picture of what Socrates could mean rather than the most truth, because there's still information. We were born 2,500 years after him. There's stuff that we can know Trevor more and better more than him. And I think that's one of them. How do you define a friend and a foe? But there, even he's still trying to talk about justice. He doesn't really even, that's far into the future for him.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I still just don't. I don't have an understanding of his reasoning that's the path he went down.
But you still have some, right?
Yeah.
Just based on his perspective, that you can still kind of put it in its place.
It's, there's something there. There's still a gap. There's just gotta have placeholder and get more data, see if pattern comes out.
Yeah. clearly does not mean we were certainly not to make repayment when the claimant is out of his senses. What is repaid is not always what is owing. When, for example, a man repays money to one who has deposited it to him, and the repayment is harmful, it's also like a bad example, I feel like. Because I don't know where it would apply, or maybe it's just bad to us. And the repayer and the receiver are friends.
That time, like, you lent me a bunch of money, and you're like, I need it back. But I know you got, like, a fucking gambling problem.
Yeah. It's a hard thing. What do you do? But that's where it's like you have to just give the person their free will, right? Is it just to take someone's free will from them? I don't think ever, unless they actively hurt you. But he didn't even mention if it would hurt. He said weapons. So is he going to hurt himself, or is he going to hurt you? Is he going to hurt one of your friends? Certainly we must pay them what is owing, but I imagine that from an enemy to an enemy, evil of some sort is owing. Oh, evil. Then we are to repay enemies what is owing to them? Certainly we must pay them what is owing, but I imagine that from an enemy to an enemy, evil of some sort is owing.
No. Raven.
So, from an enemy to an enemy, evil of some sort, or from an enemy to an enemy, evil of some sort is owing. Because their evil is appropriate. So now we went from justice to what is a friend and what is a foe, and now what is evil. Should we stop there? Because now we're talking about a different subject, I guess.
Yeah, let's.
We got a few pages in if you count the introduction that we didn't read. I like breaking it all down. That's like, that's where the picture is. So I hope you don't mind. I don't think we could ever find the system if we don't see the thing for what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'll turn this shit off. Oh, so glad people fucking watched this. Bye.
Love you, baby.